Okay, I think we're almost ready. I just have to check my sound. Sounds good. So let's bring the go-to camera. And hey, how you doing? So I'm gonna go with a quick explanation of what we're doing around here. Can I actually have the yesterday's things? So basically it would be a turn-based card game. I never played this game as much, so I don't really know how it looks like didn't play Slay the Spire or things like this. But I think it's the same spirit, where the idea is that you start with a wizard, sort of a wizard, and the only move you have is bludgeon with your staff to start with. And then, why is this empty though? Oh yeah, it's because of the background. When you kill monsters, basically, you can loot corpses, which you can then bring back at the end of the run, and then you can study the corpses to unlock spells. And then you unlock new cards to put in your deck, so you learn the spells like this. So that's pretty much the idea, right? There's a lot of very useless thinking there, but yeah. The way it works is kind of like how you insert gems in Path of Exile. Like, the two games I'm thinking about in order to make the deck of cards is God Hunter, if that talks to you, and Path of Exile. So basically you would have a weapon, so it would be like your magic staff, and then tied to this you would have like a certain amount of gem slots, and those would translate to a specific card, like bludgeon, 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 bludgeon. Then when you study the corpses you get gems which you can slot in the weapon, and then the spell would change, like fireball, ice ball, etc. And then you have like a few defensive spells on other kind of gear. So this is pretty much how it will work. So every card is a new spell, kind of. Like, some spells are going to be the same but with different flavors, like different kind of damage. I'm thinking about using elemental types, so that when you explore the dungeon, because there's going to be a fixed dungeon at the moment, different paths are going to work or not based on the type of damage you have. Like, for example, you're going to have a monster which is immune to fire damage and light damage, but need to be killed with ice. So you're going to want to use ice to go there, and I don't know, you could find some interesting spells behind which you can use on another route, like something like this. I think, like, yeah, this probably just gives the... Yeah. So at the moment we're going with this idea. Like, you get those fixed combat zones where you have your main character on the left and the different enemies on the right. Then you have your cards at the bottom, and it's a one card, one turn at the moment thing. It's a 2D game like Diablo? Probably not. Like, when I said Path of Exile, I really meant just the equipment system with the gems. That's the only aspect I meant. So then you have like, regarding complexities of combat, I've been thinking about one card per turn, having simple offensive cards, so every card is always the same. You pick a card, then you choose a target. So either it's gonna be you, it's gonna be one enemy, or all the enemies. Like, that's the 3 targeting styles. And then probably, like, on top of the damage types, elements, there's probably gonna be a concentration mechanic. Like, some moves could require several turns to land, so that you could like react to monsters doing things. Like for example, a monster is casting, so you can like stun it or protect yourself, things like this. Then I wouldn't go any further in the complexity of combat because it would become probably very expensive to dev at this point. Like it's already quite a big starting point, yet we might be pruning a lot of things. I don't know yet. Where's my obsidian? So yeah, that would be like the main state machine we use. Combat is always a problem to explain. Yeah. Like that would be the main state, you know, like you have to play your turn, you select a card, so either you choose a target or you go back to selecting another card. Then once the target's selected, you resolve it, and either the combat ends or it's the enemies to play. So each enemy is gonna use an action, and until there's no more enemies, eventually a combat ends, and then back to player. I added this on the side, but I might not end up using it, like reactive cards, because it could be like slowing the game very much to ask the player, do you want to play a card every attack? Like having a prompt every attack could be kinda heavy. The card selector, this is very messy, especially since I didn't came back in there. This is what I coded basically. So far I've been prototyping how to use cards. Like a defensive turn. Now, yeah, that's the thing. There are like two options here. I think I actually listed those. Where's... right here. Questions? No. Cards? Yes, defensive cards. So we have the first option where the defensive cards have to be played directly, so they take the full turn to be played. And the second option is that they are reactive. And I'm quite not sure, even though I'm leaning more toward the first option. There's eventually something like, we could say reactive cards could be implemented with a little box you can tick to say, I don't want to react. So it's gonna be automatically using no reaction. Yeah, that's something also which needs to be sorted out, which is the recycling of cards. But that's not really important at the moment. So yeah, so far I've just been prototyping how to make the card selection. So it's very, very basic, right? So you have cards, you can click on the card, like this. The card is waiting for the selection, so you can cancel, pick another one. And then when you pick the enemy, you get like card played bludgeoning with 3 damages. Reactive card turns can be automatically ignored. Well, yeah, if the player has no card, like it's an automatic skip, definitely. But then the question is, do you actually want to press the skip button or skip key over and over again? Like it could become tiring. Enough of you yapping about the project. Well, actually, no, it's always interesting to talk about the project, because when you talk about it, you get to see it on, well, first on a different perspective, because you have like your own reaction. But explaining it is also like a different way of understanding it in the first place. So at the moment, like it's like huge playground prototyping thing. And I think, yeah, at some point it will be like designing a minimal space for the dungeon, as well as the corpse study interface, kind of. But yeah. So if this is a project like you would like to go with, we can see how we can divide the dev thing. because it's still a bit nebulous at the moment. But eventually, if people work on at the moment on like I can see two big parts. Like if you go, if one is working on the combat and the other one is working on all the other things like the corpse study and card equipment stuff, that could definitely be working without conflicting. But it's still possible to have several people on this. Well, there's this thing though, we can communicate quite live-ish with streaming stuff. I would like to show you things you worked on so you can see if you could help. Yeah, sure, do that. I don't think my DMs are closed, so you can pretty much send that. Also, something very important, why it's not really, I mean, why you can combine both. So far I'm working with C#, because it's just like, to me it's plain better. But you can still work with GDScript in some aspects. You're using GD only because the headache is smaller. Yeah, I mean, every time someone says this, I find it interesting and amusing, because to me it's like the absolute opposite. Like, to me, like GDScript is a huge pain because it's lacking so many tools to dev. But somehow it's a very unpopular opinion because I don't know many C# devs. Print, screen sharing, as you wish actually, like the best you prefer is fine. Yeah, I think screen sharing could work. Sure. Get your mic. Stretching. Alright, let's see. Joining the call. Can I... Yeah, I'm just gonna bring the music down and... Oh, that's got it. Hi. So I think I'm ready. And that's just one thing, like, it's gonna be a little bit bland because it doesn't show on the stream, but it's okay. Doesn't really matter. Sure.
Here, can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay, so like this one here is a very simple project that I'm working. This one will like be eventually my main focus for the future, because it's the one that I'm enjoying the most, but it's also the one that it's less developed at all, you know? So like it's a very simple horde game-ish. I want to turn this like a mix of Project Zomboid and what is the name of it? Like yet another zombie defense, you know? So it's quite simple. Like right now what I have here, so I have the system that's like for aiming. It has those tracers, everything like this, and I have the visuals and the path tracing for the zombie, you know? So it's very simple right now how it's working. So there's a very small combat system. Like if I shoot the zombie, it dies, and that's it. Right now, this one here, I have coded this for, I don't know, a day. Like in total of like 24 hours or something like this, because um like working on like AI and this kind of things is something that I need to learn. That's why I have this one here, because like zombies are very simple to program. They just walk straight to you and try to hit you if they reach a certain point. If it's close enough to you, then it attacks. So it's a better, in my opinion, it's a very good way of starting studying AI. You know, since everything else is just like imagination, AI more specifically, it's more or less like a state machine, and like it's more complex, if you know what I mean. Okay.
Mm.
So this one is the one that I'm working now, and probably will be the one that I'll be working for months now, because I really want to develop this thing here and eventually turn this into a game that I'm going to release. So this one here is the one that I'm enjoying the most to work with. But I can also show you another one that I've been working, which is the one that I learned a lot as well, which is a MVP. Not like, I would say it's an MVP, but I didn't finish it because it turns out to be too much complex for what I've been doing. But I just call it like a pause, you know. It's paused. It's not officially canceled. It's just there waiting for me to start working on it again. So it's just like this. So it's an RTS game similar to Hearts of Iron 4. Have you played this?
Mm, no, but I see
Okay.
the RTS in general, so that's fine.
Yes, it's I want to like quite like implement it similar to more like planetary annihilation, this kind of thing. Okay. So it's the play style would be very very simple in a nutshell. Okay. So how it's supposed to go and to work is like this. So it's not implemented everything, but I don't remember if it's F or another one. Yeah, it is. So right now, so you see you have those cities over here, which right now is just a cylinder, and they have those names, and basically the way you're supposed to win the game, of course, it's just like some cities. The way you're supposed to win this is like, okay, it's gonna be a multiplayer game, so you will have other players playing as well. So it's an RTS. So you can win the game by conquering the whole world, like by invading the other countries, which are unit over here, which is very small, and I made a very small shader, like, you know, to make it work. We have this draw here, like this line over here to let the player know where they are in case they are in the dark, as you can see.
Yeah, the night is
And they
brutal.
have yeah, I'm still working on it. But yeah, and that's basically how it is. Like, so everything here, it's very, I would say, very crude. I spent 3 months, 4 months working on this thing here. As you can see, it has some bugs. Like sometimes the draw line doesn't update. It has this problem here that it has this thing. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't draw. But anyway, problems to solve. It's is another thing. That's that's how games are supposed to work. But yeah, so this is basically what I'm working on. Like the one that I learned a lot. I learned about shaders, you know, because
Mm.
this draw line here. Sorry. The outline actually is a shader. This line
Even
that
the
you're seeing
sphere
here.
thing, like the globe, is probably a shader as well.
Actually, the whole, like, I can show you how it is now. Just put it. Yeah, I'm without my glasses. I can see the cursor. It's there. Okay, nice. So how the game it's working now? It's quite simple. So I have like the game state manager, which is what I like to call like a director of the game. You know, like everything that happens in the game
Yeah, sure.
goes through the GSM, and the combat director, as the name suggests, is about combat. But it's just like, okay, so we have the world holder, which is literally the planet with a smaller texture on it, and some other like shaders, as you guessed. We have the controller and we have the canvas, which I made like a city container. If I turn this off, the cities disappear. And the RTS canvas is literally just to draw everything, you know. So I make things separate because if I need to like change things, it's easier, you know. That's basically it. And everything, as you can see here as well, it's in GDScript. Of course, it's in Portuguese, so I don't expect you to understand anything. But yeah, it's that's it basically. The things that I've been working on. So this RTS game here, ish, um, is the one that I learned how to behave with other classes. Like, as you can see, this is the city template. So every city that you're seeing here, it's a class that changes and behaves differently from each other. The GSM, as I like to say, like the game state manager, it behaves like the director of everything, and that's it basically. Right now it's not working because, well, I turned off many things to improve it. So right now the game is broken, but um I'm not sure where's my unit. Yeah, so like I say, if I put a unit in, like here in Madrid, for example, and there's another unit here, like an enemy unit, there will be like a combat here, which the combat director will be working on, and such things. It's basically like this. It was interesting how this one here worked, but it's not actually what the kind of game um I like, you know. I think that when it comes to developing something or working onto something, it's very interesting to work with something that you are comfortable and you like what you're doing. In the beginning here with this project, I was enjoying a lot, but turns out that I made some mistakes. Like, I made a very big project, something that it's achievable, but it's not time worth. Like, you know, it's too much time consuming. So I just paused this one over here. I learned a lot of it from it, but I'm not going to work in this one here so soon.
What I do see, which is quite more than interested, but could be like very useful, is the what I would say like the menu management. Like, it's not something I do very often. I work on a lot of prototypes, but don't really care most of the time to work on full games. And when I do, they're usually so small that you don't really need that much of a menu in of itself, and it all fits in one scene, which can technically work under one game state manager. But here it will be very much necessary to have first a main menu, probably just to manage the save file eventually. But if anything, there's definitely going to be two big parts of the game, right? Like when you go explore the dungeon and where you're pretty much like back in town. I think like a good way to visualize this is Darkest Dungeon. You know how you're like in the city, you do your stuff, and then you go explore. And having those menu management here is going to be very useful, definitely. And of course, like in both of your games, like the use of state machine, this is going to be like very state machine intensive. Mostly because turn-based game really need that. The other comment, just saying about the patterns, like there's going to be a huge pattern which we were going to be using extensively on this project, is the comment pattern. I don't know if you've been using that, or if that makes
sense. What do you mean by comment pattern?
So the comment pattern is basically creating an object which contains a command. And when you, for example, let's say a card, you have like the card bludgeon 3 damage. Okay, so that's the card. And then what you do is you create an object which will contain the command, so that you can move it around, put it in a queue, register it as we used .code in the past, and then you have like an execute function on it, which is making it very easy to handle it on the big, I want to say, big scale of the game, because the comments can move around. I see just a question real quick. Do you stream at specific times? Not yet. Like, it's very random. It's going to be quite often this week, into those 2 weeks because of the jam, but otherwise it's quite random. In Elfium, what's going on? So basically right now I'm discussing with someone which could be like a second dev on the project. So yeah, that's what's going on.
I'm helping him to destroy EA games, if you don't know. But yes, so yeah, I completely understand what you meant here. I completely understand. So yes, when it comes to what you just suggested, and I'm just stop screen sharing here. Yeah. So when it comes to this kind of thing, yes, I think it's something that will work, but right now, being very honest with you, I don't know how you pretend to use this like extensively, like not extensively, but I'm having a problem with grammar here because English is not my first language. But like, how would you like reuse this common pattern? Like, let's say you have a card. Okay, let's put in examples because it's easier for me. So let's say you have a card, okay, and this card is a very simple card. You just play the card and it gives 10 damage to a unit. Just a simple, very simple card, okay? You play it, 10 damage. How would you use this again for the comment?
So basically the comment pattern is actually very simple. Usually you use interfaces, with C# because you don't have interfaces in JavaScript. But it does work with inheritance very well because all the commands are going to be implementing the command interface. And all you need for real is this virtual function execute. That's all they need. Then what you do is you create a command which implements the command interface, or here resource, which allows you to add whatever you want to add on top of it. So that creating that said command is completely disconnected from what the command does and how it does it. But here, for example, we're going to have damage. So the way I've been using it so far is I'm using the go to resources. So I just go in my go to things. So whatever we have a card here, for example. Okay. We have a card, and so we create a command. So we have like the bludgeon command, which is the bludgeon attack. And then here you select the damages, so it's going to be a 3 damage bludgeon. And then you add the code to pretty much select the target. And here in execute, you do everything you want to do. So for example, you're going to have target and you remove the health, basically.
Okay.
Like this. Okay. So the execution is in the command. And what you do, right, is that this object, you can move it around. You can create it, you can store it, you can execute it, you can keep it aside. So that's pretty much how it works. It's a little bit weird the first time you use it. Like, at first it was confusing, but now that I've used it once, it's actually quite easy.
Interesting.
So those are like the 2 main patterns, really, I think.
Okay, sounds good. I can understand a little bit of like what's going on C# because I've never touched C# in my life, but it does make sense what you mean, what you said and explained to me.
Yeah, sure. Like a lot of things actually work in JavaScript as well. So, like state machine, for example, you can definitely make state machines in JavaScript. Except that there are different ways. I usually prefer the class way to do it rather than the node way. But they're all fine. Elfium, are you in charge of how the game will look? Well, I'm gonna say that in general, the graphics that you have in all your games and all the projects we've worked on is pretty much something I like. So I guess I'm kind of give you a free card here. Because I'm kind of expecting something like pretty much all you've done. Like Lonely Soul, all the various things you did for, what was the name of the game? But like, you know, the kind, not the tower defense game, but the game with the tower at the middle, where you would like go around to mine rocks or something. I like that. I mean, that's your style in general, so that's gonna be fine. It's definitely gonna fit the vibe of the game, if anything. So I'm gonna say yes so far. Yeah, because I don't know if it's because I kind of took mechanics from games like Darkest Dungeon or Path of Exile, or what was the other one? Well, Counter is different, but I kind of see the game in that vibe because it takes from this kind of mechanics. So yeah. So anyway, I really have to think about how we can mingle C# and JavaScript, because that works in some extent.
Yes, I mean, as you saw, I put shit tons of comments in my code because I think like I know what's going on under the hood now, but I'm actually like what I like to think about when I'm coding. I'm actually think like I'm coding for myself in the next 3 months, because in the next 3 months I have no idea what I just wrote down. So as you can see, like I put like 4 lines of code explaining bit by bit of what's happening to have a very solid documentation inside the code, so everything works. And if I have any problem or anything, like any doubt, I already put them like I already put a very solid commentary just to make sure everything's clear, crystal clear, you know.
Yeah. So sure, that's something, definitely. Like usually most of the time I'm kind of on my own, so I don't really care about comments in the sense that I rely on clean coding to be the comments in the first place, if you know what I mean. And when I said how you can mingle JavaScript and C#, I'm not necessarily speaking about understanding what the code does, but how they actually directly use each other. Because they can, right? Like you can create C# objects that Godot can use, I mean JavaScript can use, and vice versa. But I never did it because just it's not that I hate JavaScript, but I despise it a lot for some reasons. So I tried to use it.
Saying I hate JavaScript.
Kind of. I've been using it because I was. The only reason I used it is because I was too lazy to install the C# stuff at first. And it was great, but at some point you run into a wall of limitations, and this will hit hard, like really hard for me. Mm-hmm. For me, like the biggest thing, like, you know, just to give you an example, right here. I don't know if that's gonna work, but when you have like 100 of scripts, like you have 100 files, and you, for some reasons, you take this card here, I think, and you say, all right, we're gonna change the name, and it's not gonna be named anymore, it's gonna be main name, and you do that. Now, in JavaScript, your project's broken, and it's goodbye, game over. So you have ways to manually search for things and stuff, but here, you have C#, you just click the build button, and then it tells you, this is how your project broke. See, here you have name, you change it, so that's now main name. You do it again, here you have main name, and then that's pretty much it. Your project's totally fixed. So this is like one tiny bit of things which, in my opinion, I don't understand what. I mean, I know why they're not in JavaScript. It's not compiled, but the fact that you can, this is like really, really, really lacking to me. And quick question, Alfiam's asking, do we make web game? No, because Godot can be bothered with giving us the web export for C#, so we can't. So it's going to be a web, a Windows app game. So
is
yeah,
it exportable to Linux using C#? Because I use Linux.
You can, as long as you have access to any kind of code editor? Like I think you just need like the SDK.
Yes, I do have the VS Code here. It's all fine, you know. But I mean, like, does like when you're coding in C sharp, and then you like compile the game and export it, is it going to run natively in Linux? Because what I've seen, like building games from GDScript, it does work like native in both Windows and in Linux.
I'm not. I actually don't really know how you can everything you need to do. But if you have like VS Code, I just know that it is a little bit more tedious to install than Visual Studio.
Norwegian just said that I compiled the game to Android and Linux. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I actually kind of missed a little bit of the question because I was answering Elf. You know, if you're missing something. So just say it again, that I get the question right, if there was a question.
Me or Novision?
You.
Okay, so the question was simple. Like, if you're coding in C sharp, would the game run like natively on Linux?
Oh, that's a good question.
Or does it need to use like?
I never even.
Or does it need to work on like, I don't know, a layer of compatibility like Proton and this kind of thing?
I think it should work, but I can't guarantee it for sure. Exporting for Linux, what do they say about it? Not much. Well, actually, it's probably just a question of checking what happens. It doesn't seem like it. I mean, it is offering. No, okay. So when I go in web, they tell me it doesn't work. And when I go in Linux, they are fine with it. So it's probably fine. It's usually fine because essentially all the C# code you do is pretty much digested by Godot in the first place. So it goes back to C++, I think. But even that,
that's the question.
C# shouldn't be incompatible with Linux in any way, shape, or form, I think.
Yeah, this is just because of code, because like Microsoft lately has been bitching with Linux, and since there's something that I will never understand about Godot or Redot, is that the game itself, the game engine itself is written in C++, but it doesn't have like a native editor on C++. You know, I know that there's like the GD extension, blah blah blah, but bro, you made the thing in C++, you exported things to C#. Why not to do this in C++? Like, you guys, like Godot officially made the GDScript. Why not to make C++ scripting available, like natively, you know?
Actually, I couldn't know the answer to this, but to me, it's like even C# was definitely not planned. They never really cared about C#, I think. They really cared about creating this GDScript language, and if you actually look at the entire Godot philosophy, to me it really feels like they want to make it as accessible as possible. So when they created the engine, they made it in C++ because you kind of have no choice, right? You can, that's the minimum you have to go with to make an engine. And then they created GDScript because C++ is very complicated for a beginner. So they create GDScript. But then the C# things happens because Microsoft pays them to do this. Like, that's the only reason we have this. Microsoft is like, take this huge load of money, but you make it C# compatible. That's how it came. And even though now we have both, when you compare C# and C++, C# is a lot more beginner friendly than C++. Like, there's a lot of things you don't have to do and stuff. So I don't really know the exact reason why they actually don't allow you to make C++ scripts, but it could be like the same reason as Unity, because I don't think Unity is written in C# in the first place. It could be, but that would be very weird. Like, it's probably C or C++, but the actual reason why, you have C# scripts in Unity. Why, for example, Unreal has C++ is a mystery to me so far.
I will never understand this kind of thing. It is strange, but yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing, because when you think about it, like if I had to start with C++ on Godot, I don't know if I would like have sticked with it very long.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
same
like,
for a lot of people.
when it comes to programming, I like the idea of like being free, you know? Like for example, you are coding in C#, it's completely fine, and I can code in GDScript, for example, you know? And if someone likes, like, I don't know, is strange enough and weird enough to code in assembly, you know, and it would
Oh, I
work.
know
So
that.
yeah, you guys are free, you know. Like there's weirdos all over the place, but you know, I like the idea of like having multiple languages working at the same time. But when it comes to C++, I'll be like, bro, why I can't do this like natively, you know?
I've tried a little bit of C++, but what is very, not really, I don't want to say confusing, but as many devs in general, like you pick a language and you kind of use a framework to get that language to work. Like for example, when I was a web dev, you have like this React or even like the web thing that you use, so you don't really have, you kind of have this layer between the window and whatever you're coding. Then you have the game engines, which are creating the window and all that kind of stuff for you. Like when you get into C++ and you actually have to create your own window, like it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I know. It makes sense.
Like I will go there somewhere, just not so soon. Because when you think about it, at some point, like knowing how to make the game engine is also interesting. But yeah, like it's very stretching far.
Okay, that's good, bro. I'll leave you doing your stuff. I just presented you
Yeah.
the what I do have here, and if this interests you, and the other you said that's another guy working with you, um, and if it also interests him or her, you guys can just message me. You already have my Discord account there. Just say hi, you know, and that's it, bro. Like.
Yeah,
And again,
I think we can make it work. It will really, I mean, it really depend on the GDScript and C# mingling. Because the thing is, like, if you make a GDScript at some point, like, it's absolutely no problem for me, like, if I need to translate it in C# for some reasons, like, it's really cheap and fast to do. But I think like some work regarding first, just like, you know, the what I was talking about before, the menu and the transitioning between
the
this
menus and
main
the UI.
menu and then yeah, like the kind of towny area and the dungeon area, or even
Yep.
like between combats, because I'm thinking like having a kind of grid map for the dungeon, like very simple, like just like Darker's dungeon actually. Maybe I can fetch an image to show it so we have like a view of that, but just a little grid to that you click on, kind of like this basically. Yeah, that's pretty much what the map would look like. So you have this map and you say, all right, well, in this room here, and you can go either left or bottom, top, right. That's up to you. And then how you go to combat, to the map, then back to combat, and etc. That could be like, there's going to be a little bit of work here. And yeah, I'm not really sure the entire details of how this is going to unfold, because I've been focusing on the cards so far, mostly. But eventually you can, like, if you wish, start working on this side of the project. And then if you want to make, I don't know, that's really up to you. You can, where's my obsidian? Right here. Like, you can try to make like some kind of, if you like, those kind of diagrams, or like UML. You can make UML if you can like text. Like you can bundle it as you wish. That could work. Like if that's something that would interest you, and then if you want to go work more toward the combat aspect, I think at some point it's gonna be clear enough to separate different parts so that we can work on different parts of the combat without, stepping on each other's toes.
Breaking everything. Yeah.
I'm using
I do like
cracking.
the idea. I really do like the idea, bro. But I would love to like listen the other dev as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's of course.
To have like a conversation of both of you, like, because really, I think this thing is very promising. But since I think like it's not gonna be a problem, it's not gonna be, but it will slow down a little bit because of me coding in GDScript. Because I'll be very honest with you, I have never touched C# in my life. Of course, it's readable because, well, if you know how to program something, you will have a brief idea of how things work. But this is gonna slow down the process a little bit. So you might want to talk to the other dev and explain what happened here. I would love to share my project as well. I think I also have another one in Google Drive, but I will need to like download it, test it if it's not broken, because and I can show you as well. But from now, if you really like want to talk to the other dev, like take your time, not rush anything, I would love to work with you guys.
Yeah, like that could go. Like you see if you can see yourself like getting your spot to be comfortable, doing your own thing, and working on this project without being completely lost because of all the things around. Usually, when I've been working with Alfium in the past, what we did was really separate. Like I would go entirely on the dev aspect and coding aspect of the game, and he would focus mostly on the design, animation, and shaders. So the most, I want to say, groundbreaking thing that he would do was filling animation sheets or moving things in a scene tree, which usually is fine because you use, the unique names and stuff. But so like this is like pretty safe regarding teamwork. But yeah, I think like it's just a question of do you actually feel comfortable thinking of, okay, I'm gonna pick on this side of the project, I'm gonna produce things, and kind of like the philosophy that I have sometimes. I'm going to try to explain it with an example here, with my card selector, for example.
Okay.
When I create an object in for any kind of program or anything, I tend to visualize those as it kind of brings me back to studying electricity back in school. But you have like the entry point and the output point, and all the components you build, they have those different entry points and outputs that they will use to communicate with each other. So that it doesn't really matter if whatever you do inside of it, what really matters is how they communicate with the outside. And then what's pretty good with Godot in general is that Godot GDScript object, they can communicate with C# object this way. And for example, you can, let's say you're working on maybe the equipment side of the game. You're gonna make like, this is how the weapon works, this is all the resources it uses, and then C# can just say, okay, so I'm gonna take this weapon and I'm gonna read the resource, and that's all. Like we don't need to translate it in C#, unless like we need a C# feature, but there's not much that C# has which GDScript doesn't. And the only thing, in my opinion, that C# has more is things like abstract virtual interfaces, like those kind of very object-oriented programming words, which kind of mean nothing but things for the compiler. So, yeah. So you can take some time to think about it and stuff and see what you want to do. Like if you find other projects, it's fine as well, like you do you. It's a fun jam, And yeah. that's pretty much it for me. That's all.
Well, I do love the idea. I appreciate your time, but like I said, I really would like to like you having your time with the other developer because you guys are the main guys here. You know, you started this, and I'm just like a stranger, just saying, "Hey, hello, guys, I want to work with you." So I would like to you guys take your time to talk to each other and be like, "Oh, yeah, this guy appeared. Maybe we can." Maybe we can put him in the team as well and like work together, like this kind of thing.
Hmm.
Okay. And when you guys have this conversation, like, and if you both agree with what like I have, like what I can bring for you guys, I'm safe to work with. Okay. And like in the beginning, I don't know how much you guys like planned and stuff, but I would love to hear you guys like both, you know. So
Mm.
I prefer to like wait for you guys to think about to talk to each other,
Sure, sure.
and then I will speak, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Because technically, if anything, like on a project like this, like I have the idea and I'm suggesting you can work with us. You're kind of on not really, I don't want to say the weaker side, but the vulnerable side. As on, if you join this and for some reasons you're like, okay, I want to get out of it, that's pretty much half your jam time, which is wasted. You know,
Yeah.
like you don't own the project, so that if something breaks, like you're not gonna be the one holding what's left of it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That's why I do,
that's
like, I want you
definitely.
guys to.
So yeah, so sure, we're gonna all take time to think about it, and I think like this is gonna be the size. Well, they can. You got it. And probably today or tomorrow. Like it's not gonna take a long time.
It's okay, man. Take your time. You already have my Discord
Yeah,
there.
totally.
Just send me a message, and yes, depending on what you guys like thought and talk to each other, I'm okay with working it. So that's why I want to join a game jam because well, if you're joining a game jam, it means you're trying to improve yourself and eventually start your own company, so you can't just like give up and fuck this, I don't want to work in this anymore, because when you have the company, that's not how it works, you know.
Totally.
Yeah, so that's it, man. I thank you so much
Yeah.
for your time. I do
Yeah. Nice to
appreciate
see
it.
you and for passing by, showing us your stuff, and we'll see what it happens to be.
That's perfect. I'm down to. Okay, man. That's it. I hope you have a good day, and that's it, man. Bye.
Yeah. Same. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Huh. Spotify was stopped by Discord. Okay, why not? So back to the previous audio setting. So eventually Alphium has already pretty much a few infos about what's happening around unless he's been gone, which is totally possible. So how is this gonna work? So I'm thinking about using that little timer here because sometimes it's useful. Let's see. I'm gonna bring this little timer. Does it show? No, it doesn't. Okay, let me just bring one guy. Maybe I need to pick the window again. So why is it invisible? If it doesn't show, I'm just gonna skip it. Is it like a position thing? That's odd. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it, like, it's not a big deal. However, I might go for a rainy setting. Let's vibe a little bit. So where am I going next? I was thinking about working on the entities. Because like the player and the enemies, they're gonna have to be the ball somehow. So I have a little bit of script to define those. So far I'm just gonna use like health, I think. And I will probably not be able to create those resources as files. But that's probably fine. So let's create, oh, here we have the dummy. Wait, so we can actually start here. So we have the card selector, but most importantly we have the, what's the name of it? Entity. Should I divide character and background to different PNGs? I think so, yes. I think it's actually vital. And regarding the characters, what we might be doing, I don't know if it's on this history here. No. Oh yes, it is. Regarding the animation of SVG, like it looks like this guy is doing it by rigging the actual SVG. While this could work, I'm not really a huge user of rigging and stuff. You may have done that, but another option I've seen is to separate the drawing. Like let's say for example here, like the arm, the second arm, there are two different PNGs, and then you can move them around. Like I don't really know how you animated your bat. But yeah, I'm not really well versed into how those SVG animation work. But I think like having it separate. You do all the animation in Godot. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like you can do that in Godot, but to make that simpler, like if you actually separate the different parts, it can allow you to control different aspects of the character, right? Like that's how I think about it. Are you supposed to animate characters as well? No, you're not supposed to. Like this is definitely luxury. But you know, like if you have the characters and you can separate, I mean even if you don't, I think it's possible. Just you know, like you make your SVG file, and when I take it I can, you know, just separate every aspect when I export it. And then in Godot, like I can take them and move them around, like have a kind of idle animation, but it's not in the book. Like at the moment, like it's mostly have characters and stuff, but it's yeah. As I said, you have a free card because when it comes to giving a vibe and a visual style to a game, like you're way much more advanced than I am. Can't we just use static characters? Yes, we can. Right here, I'm gonna create a new combat entity. thing is... that was fine. The only direction I have so far is... I mean, I have two main requests. And I'm gonna list them. Those are the questions to answer. I think some are for you. Yeah, I know they're good. We talked about this inside discussion. Because to use animations for characters will require not only the animation but also preparation of assets so they are animationable. Yeah, so I don't know about that, so eventually you can just like, I mean, just because I'm curious, like I'm curious to see what's the difference between one which is animatable and one which is not. Like that's something I'm curious about. But if anything, like when I say animate, like I don't mean something as detailed as you did on Lonely Soul. I'm thinking of something like very simple, like, you know, kind of really idle, just bubbling around, whatever. I don't know how you say that in English, so bless you. But regarding the first, like, the first thing I want to have right now is like to have a main character and the first enemy, basically. So the main character, it's pretty simple. It has to be, I'm gonna make a list. Has to be a mage, and that's pretty much it. Now the first enemy kind of needs to fit the first spell it unlocks. It's gonna unlock a spell like simple magic missile, right? Like will unlock magic missile. So the way I see it, which is not how it has to be, but what I have in mind, kind of could look like a flimsy, skinny undead mage or something. It doesn't have to be detailed, you know, like even we're probably gonna go with an iteration style approach, which means that you can make something very rough and then we see what it looks like and we're like, okay, good, let's go detailing more or not. I probably want to create a set combat entity. On drawing stage, you must figure out how it will be animated. Places between two bones must be seamless. And in our situation, when we do damage, we will probably wear mages wear robes. So I actually want to find something. I'm gonna show you. There we go.
Looks great, but can be really difficult and time-consuming to do. There's another way of animating
pretty much like this.
Really good.
That's what I had in mind.
Accomplish. So once you have your pixel art character, you're going to want
but
to
it could be like different-ish.
Export all of those as standalone sprites and bring them into your engine of choice. I'm using the Godot engine. Put your character back together using individual sprites and then go into, for example, the Godot animation.
So it doesn't really, it's not like really important if it is seamless. Like things can disconnect and stuff, it's okay. Like it doesn't have to be perfect and seamless at all. But this way, since they're separated, it allows you to impact one object of the art without impacting the others. Alright, so we have the new combat entity, and we probably want to give it health or something. Or actually display health. I'm gonna use the timer for myself. Like, I know you guys can't really share this, but I just slightly sad about this. I'm just gonna recreate it. Okay, let me recreate that. Well, on video you showed the mage is in action pose that is not really suitable for characters. Well, actually they could, you know. I don't really have... I have no idea what Slay the Spire looks like, but... See, like, they can be kind of... Well, it's way uglier than I thought. Not to roast, but I was expecting something super crazy, but it's actually... I'm really thinking about something like this, right? So let's pick the correct variety. Now what? Why is it not showing? Oh, for some reasons it's... Oh, there we go. No, there we don't go. Characters are not cards. No. Okay, that's the confusion, maybe. Yeah, characters are not the cards. Characters are in the combat section, and then the cards are like, this is a bludgeon, so it's more like gonna be the weapon. It can display the character, but if anything, at the moment, it's just gonna be like simple images. And actually, at the moment, like, this is probably gonna be using my very famous things. Like, it's gonna be using a little bit of this. Can be using a little bit of this, but so this is why I meant like characters, like you usually do, because I don't remember. I kind of have a faded memory of the characters you did for Abyssal something. And it's pretty much really close to this. Like, you can probably just bring the worker you did in Abyssal Tower Defense. And that would like be a monster, like right off the bat. Okay, so we have like combat entity dot health twice. You thought we were making something like Hearthstone? No. no, yeah, it's more like Slay the Spire or even like Darkest Dungeon. Like, that's a great... Now I understand better why you were surprised about characters being animated. But yeah, it's definitely gonna have this sideway view. This graphic style is actually really great. Kinda has this Borderlands, but on Super Go edition. I have this game, but I'm pretty bad at it. Alright, let's see if we can get our enemy to have some HP. Nope. Oh, I forgot some dependency again. This is probably like the best idea I ever had. Like, to add this little debug thing. What is it? And the combat entity can be empty. Is the timer running? Yes. Oh wait, what? Is it like here for quite a long time now? This bloody thing. It tricked me. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're probably good. Yeah, so it has 5 health. Did I create an interface? High target? Yeah. Public int health. So let's try to give this combat entity. Well, actually no, it has to be the dummy. Or we could do that differently. Like what if my interface is saying that I have a combat entity? Like this. Which means that dummy, I just made it public. It doesn't have to be exported actually. Very bad. And target. Cool. Now I should be able to bring this. But it's not fully, yeah. Now when we have a target selected, here select target, it should take target. And it would be great if the current comment true. So here we have the comment I want to go here. Add target, right. Actually, it's say I target. Okay, let's see. Playing card bludgeon, so that's after. Then we execute the command. That's correct. But first need to add the target. You suggest something like Shroom and Gloom. I like the name. I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's great. Oh, this is what you mean by facing then. It could work. Like, it could work not having the main character shown because there's gonna be only one anyway. So we don't need main character. Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea. Very good idea, I think. Like, I'm gonna create arbitrary points I will give you. No, it's really great. Because the main character is like not super important. Now, it just makes me have to change one thing in the way I've been designing. It's how you handle defensive cards. It can just be a confirmation check, so it's not gonna be like worse or anything. It's just I have to think differently. That's fine, very fine. But yeah, definitely. And you see, like, the graphics don't have to be like super insanely detailed or anything. Here there's a lot of detail, but that's pretty much the I don't know if I would say jar, but yeah, like bold tracing and almost solid paint. That's it, right? That's because there's probably gonna be a few enemies anyway, so the cheaper they are to make, the better it is. And just to give you a few inspiration, where's Obsidian? Actually it's not here, it's on my combat entity. So regarding the combat, I am thinking about creating just 3 elements of spells for the sake of having elements. And we're gonna have fire, ice and lightning, which is pretty classic. And I'm gonna use physical resistance for something which is pretty much generic damage. So that eventually you could have like fire enemies or ice enemies, if that give you inspiration. Whoopsie. Nah, I'm breaking everything. Oh, come on. So yeah, I think I was damaging this thing. Okay, so here we want to add the target. So current card, That command. We want to add target. Great. And now bludgeon. Are you ready? I hope it works. Oh no, sheesh. We got something very important. Okay, never mind, go back to work. uh... Oh, come on, I don't remember how we do that. I'm so not used to make custom get sets. There we go. Ooh, French, yikes. Really? Wait a second. Okay, let's reverb this. We're gonna use the damage function. It's gonna be simple. Have you tried Lonely Soul though? I don't think I did. I had the APK and I didn't even try to install it because of my phone absolute trashness, not being able to run like very basic thing. And because it was like tiresome to bring the APK on the phone, like I got discouraged. But on HIO I didn't. Do you probably do you have a link like on your Discord profile or something? Let's see. Nah. But yeah, send me a link somewhere. Like, it's definitely not the kind of game I usually play, that's for sure. But the visual, like all the interface and stuff, like it's really great. Oh, forgot something. Oh no! Can I find people? Okay, let's be... Oh, no, that's not it. Maybe you can't see it because there's a password. Did you send me a link I didn't see because I'm... No. There's so many games named Lonely Soul. I think it means you were uninspired. Don't you see link in chat? Oh no, they get filtered. But maybe I can get it here. No, I can't either. Sad. So yeah, you're gonna have to log in Discord. Huge bummer. Dummy. Okay, so private void on health modified. Oh, terrible mistake I did. You know what? I know this doesn't work, but I'm doing it anyway. Like, technically, I'm just updating the max health as well. Now I'm gonna use just a number like this. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. This is how you fix. Send. Nice. Just got to complete this. There we go. I don't know if I've done everything which needs to be done. Guess not. I may have forgotten one thing. I changed this. There we go. Are you ready? This should be the correct time. Now it's working. Take this. Boom. And dead. actually like 30 seconds in the timer, so that's actually perfect. Sure, I recognize this. Oh no, I've got no third eye. How do I do? Oh, swish. Is that left click? No. Space. Am I gonna get spiked if I stay on the ground? No. Ah, sounds like I'm dead. But animation needs to be loaded. So I've seen like... Oh, come on. Huge skill. Oh, come on. It's so approximate to control this thing. You can literally hear me spam this. Oh no. I'm focused. Can't read. The window must be out of focus? Why would it? Oh no. Can't play jump with... Oh. Indeed. But you can't stay clicked. That doesn't work. But it's easier, I think. I'm trying nimble moves, it works better. I've seen some meaner enemies on your videos. Why am I not full health? What did I do? That's the real spam click. Oh, come on. Of course I have to dodge them all. Absolutely not annoying. God, it's never gonna end. Oh no. Oh, I clicked something. Woo! So this is like... Wait, I did... Oh, then time out. No. I was actually supposed to clean my inventory. Okay, I'm gonna do that real quick. Even though I've completely busted my post minutes. Regarding this, yup. And we're gonna let it sit. Well, there we go. Okay, this is done, forget about it. What a niche idle game. Honestly, I'm on it for 1 month now. It's really great. Really, really great. I tried Realm Grinder, like the beginning was fun, but then it was getting too boring too quickly. But this one, I really like it. Okay, so maybe I should start thinking about making the actual game now, because all I've been doing so far is like my playground stuff. Now I'm actually gonna save it, like just to show that this is the playground stuff. So the Shroom and Gloom, like this view, I like it. I could do that. So I could start making enemies like this. Save. Yes, I want to save everything. I don't know why there's something to save, but that's usually why I close apps. It's to make sure everything's saved. What time is it, by the way? 19. Am I hungry? I think I'm fine. I'm gonna close it, just to be sure. Alright, so here we have prototyping. Woohoo! Now, I need to... of course. Timer is not running. What did I do? Oh, that's fine. Okay. What could be the size of one enemy? Maybe I should think about it before I make one. Like this dummy enemy? I don't know. What if we have... That's big, is it? Like we can have 1, 2, 3. That's nice. That could be worse. So it is 160, 21, 0. All right. Let's make a slime. How do you like my slime? Actually, I don't want a equal one. Kinda want it to be like this. Wait a second. There we go. This one can be... Well, it's not ugly, but it's not sexy. Looks a little bit messy. Could use some eyes. I actually like it. I actually like it. What the hell is this? Oh my god. You can draw all the assets. Yeah, I'm just making this for debug purposes and placeholder, you know. I find it easier sometimes to dev when you have real things to work with, even if it's ugly as hell. Like, I want to show you something. Like this idle game, for example. Look at the art style. Like, it's definitely. I mean, I almost want to say it's brilliant in its not ugliness, but kind of. Like, it's probably very hard to do this. Like, you need a high level of art. But yeah. And sometimes it's funny to have like ugly things. Yeah, look at these. Look at these icons. Like, I've seen better. I'm gonna say that. But they do the job great, right? They do the job great. Anyway, I was like, assets. And that's gonna be Mr. Pudding. Everybody likes Mr. Pudding. Assets gonna be red. It's actually not saved. Too bad. There we go. I'm gonna create a 2D scene, which is going to be in via 2D. Let's have like enemy. Like, couldn't be simpler. Area 2D. And I'm going to add a sprite 2D first. Or Mr. Pudding. There we go. And a reference rectangle. Oh. There we go. Here is Mr. Pudding. How do you like him? Actually, I should save the SVG file. Why am I doing this? Because it's easier to edit in the future. Now let's change this document size. Something like 80. I want to save it as something else, like health bar. Not like this. Let's make it maybe a rectangle. And no, it's too perfect. I'm gonna use the pen. Maybe I just have to like this. The background's gonna be the same color. And we're gonna go like... No, not like this. Except this one's weird. It's weird because it's... yeah. Yeah. Let's just center it. Perfectness. Oh, I'm gonna add a heart. Oh, why do they have to be... Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, there we go. What kind of red would fit here? Perfect. Maybe not. On the left or on the right? Goodbye, Mr. Pudding number 1. Here's Mr. Pudding number 2. So this second sprite, let's look at the health bar. Maybe it doesn't have to be a sprite, let's be honest. Wait, why is the... what? Why is the rectangle gone? Okay, that looks good. That's a very healthy Mr. Pudding, isn't it? Okay. So we have the scene 2D, and we're gonna save this guy. As, yeah, enemy 2D. Okay. We need to add a collision shape. Nice. Do I create a resource folder? What color would it be? It's a script, it's a go-to script. Could be teal. They're gonna be teal at the moment. So they can be just enemy. What's gonna be named enemy in the game? Enemy 2D is the node in the combat. So enemy can be the resource. That sounds good. searching. Yeah. Okay, to create a namespace. Enemies? So the resource is the enemy we are fighting, right? So it's gonna have health. I'm gonna make it long to match the Goto thing. Health. I forgot to make it global. I'm gonna have a texture 2D, which is its texture. Well, I'm not gonna use resistances yet. We just have health and texture. So this is like the enemy database. Maybe name? Yes. You're gonna have like a name and an idea. So we have an idea, name, health, and the texture. So that's like enemy data for the database. Or yes, it could be. Enemy data. But that's the thing, like, enemy data could be the one we use in-game. Enemy database? Nah, because that would mean like there are different enemies in there. That could be like the enemy schematic or the enemy blueprint. Enemy blueprint. Okay. Let's create some. So enemy blueprints. Okay, so create a new one. Enemy blueprint. No, I need to build. Okay, good. So we create a new one, and we're gonna name this Mr. Pudding. I guess that's gonna be my debug enemy. So post time. I'm gonna use that post to be right back after I clean this inventory. Okay, I'm gonna check the seeds. Oh. No. No. So that seems... I should reverse. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, this stays? That's cool. Anyway, so I'll be right back. No camera. And I'm back. Right on time. Yes, that's it. I actually have one more minute. Let's see. Can we buy seeds? Of course we can. Well, that's gonna be annoying slightly. I wish I had enough to buy those. Well, I guess that's too bad then. Because, yeah, we're done anyway. Alright, so back to the timer. Okay. Now, this Mr. Pudding is gonna be our debug enemy mostly. If nothing's loaded, we're gonna have Mr. Pudding. So here, that's the enemy blueprint. Correct. And those don't necessarily need to be loaded. I need an enemy database, I guess. Like, if I make enemy database. So we want to use resource and make it global. Oh, I think I have to use a Godot dictionary, but that's fine. I probably want to use an enum for the database. Well, I could use an enum, or I could use a simple string to... I could use string keys, but that's unsafe. I want to try using an enum. So... I'm gonna create it in Godot. Well, Redot. Enums. That's weird. Scripts. Okay, let's do that differently then. We're gonna have the scripts. Okay. And here we're gonna have the resources. Okay, here, so those two guys, they go in resources. This disappears. And now I have enums. Okay. So what if I create a new script named enemies enum? That seems fair. Actually, it could just be enemies. So, what if we make a public enum enemies? Does that work? The namespace already contains definition for enemies. Yes, so enemies enum. So Mr. Pudding equals 0. Right. So that's for the enum. But are we in the correct script? Yes. Then we should have the database. Yes, right here. So first we have a public dictionary. Go to 1 with enemies enum, and then enemy. Actually, it's a string. Yup. So that's gonna be like data. Get set. Maybe I don't need to export it. I could. I'm gonna try with it exported. So let's try creating a function that would load an enemy blueprint, basically. And get enemy. And here it gives him an enum. So var enemy is equal to resource loader dot load enemy blueprint at, and this is where we need, like, yes. And we return enemy. That seems like a solid thing. Let's create enemy database. Let's create a new resource. Alright, we create a new one. Oh gosh, I forgot about that. Oh. Okay, new idea. This is unexported. And this is not a Godot collection, it is a system collection. Oh, it's actually generic. It's generic. So a new dictionary of enum string. Alright, and now we create a value. So we have enemies enum that needs the pudding, and it's equal to this UI. Good. Maybe try... I'm gonna try creating another one. So... Redot. Assets. Oh, it's in another window. So let's create a new file. Fire pudding. Do I dare creating flames? I think it's not gonna work. I'm not that experimented. So I need to create like two. Why is this one connected with? Yeah, there we go. And now between these two, I create another one. So here is the flame. look at me doing super cool art. I actually need a little bit more. Like, I need 3 points. Like this. Actually, those 3 guys. I don't know what I'm doing right now. But it looks okay. Oh no, that's just enough. I just need to bring this guy. I don't know if I'm gonna do that again and again, but you get the idea. Like, that's a little bit too much. It has to be a little bit bland. Now, how can I make a kind of shading? I'm not gonna do that. It's technically a placeholder. There we go. So, fire, pudding. I don't know why I named those puddings. But they're here. Great. Now. We have one enemy. That's good. So we need to make a script for it to load an enemy blueprint. Well, we're gonna need one more resource. We're gonna need a combat enemy. Like, enemy... It actually could be enemy. Just straight up enemy. Let's make this. New script. Oh, no, that's good. Okay, resource. So it takes a blueprint. And then it has its own health. Logical. And we need a constructor. So, blueprint goes here, and health goes with blueprint.health. What about the signals? Like, it has signals. Like, health modified. It has like initialized. No, that's bad. We're just gonna use half modified, and it can be damaged. That's what we want so far. So health minus equal damage. So invoke signal when the health drops down. Here, health modified invoked. And we might want to create a dead status, like seems like a very basic way to go with that. Okay, so I think I have enough for now. So I can start with this enemy 2D script. Alright, so we need a enemy. Actually, I want a private set. So enemy is equal to enemy. And I need the health label. Okay, I want to make a check. So we're gonna override ready. So enemy 2D is missing a NC. Okay. Now we're gonna have an update health label. Classic. So health label text. Yeah, it's equal to enemy health to string. Okay, good. gonna update health and on health modified, same thing. So and we're just gonna bring it down. Exit 3. Okay. So by default, this should be I want it. Oh, that's. Okay, maybe I can make a check. Like, if enemy is null, then I set enemy. And here I go with. Oh, that's sad. I need that. Well, I can load Mr. Pudding here. Oh, what am I doing? I could load a Mr. Pudding on the side here, but yeah, let's do that. Okay, so set enemy, and we create a new, and we send Mr. Pudding. Is that okay? I think it is. Okay, great. So let's see. What if I remove this for some reason? And I run it. Oh, we're gonna have errors because I didn't bind my things. Truk. We'll have label. So that's one thing, and then Mr. Pudding. Load it here. Okay, so let's try to load that. Oh, we don't assign a texture. Very important. So here we have the sprite. Yes. Set enemy. Oh, and time's up. So I'm just gonna see if we're good here. I'm gonna add a camera. No. Oh, I didn't. There we go. Okay, so here's our enemy. Good. So the next thing we're gonna do is try to create like a different one. We're gonna try to create a fire enemy. So time, yeah, this is like the last timer, so we have a 15-minute breaks. Maybe I should take it. Especially since we're a few hours in the stream, even though it's like not really shown here on the timers, but that's good. I could take this moment, yeah, like just a break, go eat something, and go back in 15 minutes. I could do this. Maybe I can create a note or something. Actually, I was more thinking about a note, not a... Yeah, that was it. That could work. That could work. So, okay. I hide the camera and I see you guys in, well, now less than 30 minutes. Oh, it looks like I'm slightly late. I'm gonna repeat it. Oh. Wait, why is it? I can do it 5 times? How weird is that? Alright, so let's bring everything to camera. And the little thing at the bottom. So before we actually start a new one, I just want to get rid of that because technically I have a few actions to do. Ooh, messy. But that means a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, and I have to give the energy here. Yep. Right, so I think this one's good. It's gonna work its own life. And yep. So 5 timers, 4. I guess we're going. Alright, so here's the bottom view. And back to Godot. So I was, yeah, creating those enemies basically. This reference rectangle can be hidden now, I guess. How we can save that. Maybe you can try creating a scene. Like combat test. So probably to be removed in the future. I just want to bring 3 enemies in there. Or maybe I want to create them with the script. That could be nice. So let's just bring 1. I need to give them a sprite by default. Okay, yeah, I need to remove the camera as well. And add the camera here. Or remove it actually. Yep. So, I'm not sure where I want it to be. I could have those 2 on the same line. Of course, it's not this one. Okay, so they're kind of positioned in a linear way. Does that make sense what I'm saying? But the important thing really is their position more than anything else. I want to have 3 enemy positions. Actually, I think like 5 would be great. But that means like I can create the 5 ones. It would be nice if they would be centered. Actually, I can't calculate it, I think. That would be like 640. Oh, they're almost right. So I have to remove 20 to each position. And now they should be centered. So those are the 5 positions I want to work with. Can I make a constant list? Is that even a thing? I can't create a new on a constant. So does that work? Can only use array to initialize array types. Try using new expression instead. Yeah. I could go like differently. Like what if I have just the 5 position? Position 0. Position 1. Position 2. Position 3 and 4. So here I have the 4 positions. Okay. So position 1 is this one. 240, 315. Okay. 0. And then I just add $200. This one is not 315. 270. So those are like the 5 positions. Now, it would be great to have like a combat setup, right? I could create a resource which would be resources. New item. It could be combat blueprint. Hmm. So combat blueprint. We need like 5 monsters. Basically. Now that I think about it, maybe I won't. No, I'm gonna use the same thing, same positions. I'm gonna use enemies. Because I want enemies in them. And enemy 0, basically. And I want to do that for 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so then we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Except that we want this to be null eventually at some point. So we might want to go in our enemies in them. We're gonna use. Can I say null? And by default, I want them to be null. Well, let's. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what a combat blueprint would be. Interesting. Let's try to create one. Script resources, combat blueprint. Oh, no. So let's create a new one. Let's check something. Now we're good. So what time is it? Oh, we're nice. We're fine. So it's gonna be combat test. So we're gonna give a mist pudding at the center and fire pudding on the sides. And I want null on the extremity. Now, the question is, Do I actually want to create new enemies or have the fixed 5 guys and do whatever with them? I could want them to be always here and actually have a state. That could be a way. So let's see. I'm gonna ignore this yet, because that's not what I wanted to do right now. But I will have to do that. In the meantime, I'm gonna create here a private combat blueprint. I'm gonna bring my enemy to the path. Alright. And I'll create a method to instantiate one. And eventually I will add an argument, enemies enum, and it's gonna be like enemy ID. Alright, and we instantiate this, so here we have enemy 2D. Why is... oh, I'm not using enemies. Is that why? So can I instantiate it as is? Yeah. So we have the enemy, good. And then we want to load, so here we have the enemy. Okay, so we need the database. So this one is enemy database. How did I name this? get enemy. I could say get enemy blueprint. Okay, back to... So the very last thing we need to do is to set it. So enemy 2d dot set enemy. Cannot convert. Okay, so here's blueprint. We could go with a new, and here we set the blueprint. Okay. Also, the position could be useful. Here or later, doesn't matter. Okay, so we add it. Nah, the position would be nice. So enemy 2D, yeah, position. Yeah, position. So this is how we instantiate one. So now let's instantiate all of them. Let's have like process combat blueprint. Okay, so what do we do? We're gonna go with 5if. Combat blueprint dot enemy. Wait. Oh. That's kinda bad. Do I put a get set? Seems like... I don't know if it's very useful. But it looks good. That's all I am asking, it looks good. Anyway. So enemy 0. Okay, so if enemy 0. I want to make sure that it's different than enemy is null. We instantiate an enemy? Yeah. And I think it's just a question of doing 5 of those. Actually, it could stay like this. It could stay like this. I'm gonna add. The combat test is missing it. So we process the blueprint, summons all the enemies, and done. Perfect timing. The thing is that we're gonna wait the end of the break to see if it is indeed working. That's a good question. Save game, sure. Always. There's nothing to do in the tree. Adding a little bit of time machine. We're good. We don't have much to do. Cloud dimension to the universe. Well, maybe. No, we're good. They still have stuff to do here. Yep. Alright, let's stretch. So I think this is gonna be the last tomato run. We'll have like 3 more to go. That's quite a long time. That's like literally an hour and a half, I guess. Yup. 2 minutes? Well, I can check the result. Ooh. There's a lot of tension. Oh well, I need to bind. Did I create a database actually? Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna be ugly. Let's see. Yep, so it's not working. Oopsie. Yeah, it's great. Now, the question is how do we self-focus? And oh, I heard the timer, but no. Yeah, I heard it. So back to work. Alright, let's see. Here we have the combat test. Oh, I think I know. Since I changed many things, my resource might be broken right here. Yep. There we go. So there we have our main, our test combat. So this is like for the setup. Oh, Alf is saying something. We make spell execution by dragging it to enemy. No, I don't think so. Because there's like a lot of animation that goes into this. And I think the simplest way is pretty much what we had in the playground. So let's open the playground again. So I kind of want to have the cards at the bottom. And then when you select a card, it is asking you which enemy to target. Like maybe have an outline or whatever. And then you click it. And there you go. That's how I'm thinking it should go. Because I kind of want so far all the cards to work with the same tempo. Click a card, confirm the target, or click a card, cancel, click another card. Dragging seems more logical. It is, but honestly there's like a lot of work behind it, which is eventually gonna be done at some point, but not right now. Because like you have to handle the item dragging, then going back to its position. If you drop it somewhere, then you have to keep track of the enemy under the card, which is manageable with Rias. And yeah, you kind of want the card to be animated on the way. I mean, it could happen, but that's like a secondary thing I would do for the targeting. Like right now, regarding where I'm at, I think since we have like this combat here, since we have this, I could position them slightly higher to leave more space for the cards. And I could create the cards as well. Like that's something I could do. Or you could think about the transition between the out of combat and the in of combat. We could focus on the combat. Definitely. So that we kinda go step by step so that it makes sense. I mean, so that even if we, for some reasons, like a bus or something, we stop. We have something. You can start making backgrounds and think about some sort of room. I was thinking like a very classic dungeon, like a really classical dungeon, messy. But you can improvise, sure. Just expect that this is going to be a large structure with many rooms, so like can be a shack. Wooden floors, stone walls, that would be great, yeah. Let's create another. All enemies. Do you want the size I used for the enemy cards so far? Like, more than the enemy cards, I want to say than the enemy areas. It can be modified, but... It's 160 to 10. Can just add a door at the back wall. Yeah. I would just have to look like an indoor dungeon or something. Indoor structure. Making walls can be annoying, I think, like with the brick layer thing. I kinda expect this to be annoying. And for the enemies, now that I'm talking about that, I think it's probably better that when you make sprites, to make them kind of lick the bottom, right? Like the sprite here, for example, like the pudding is centered, and I think it shouldn't be centered, but at the bottom of it. Maybe a forest? Like it could be a mix of both. I mean, when I say mix of both, I mean we could have different rooms with different settings, but that means more work for the art, which is not necessarily what we need. Like, I'd rather have more enemies than more rooms background. Room backgrounds. I think I should make state machines. Because this is gonna be messy, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna make a save here. So, enemy basics. Let's see. Here is the enemy. The thing is that now that I think about it, like it's like the state machine is slipping out of my brain. You can send me a quick draft of an enemy. Yeah, sure. I'd love to see that. So the size it needs to be is I didn't send it to you. The enemy actually it's right here. It's 160 210. It's definitely not fixed. Like it's a random thing I decided, but if it fits in there, sure, why not? Scenes 2D, enemy 2D. What if I create a folder states? So when we make a state, we need the enter state, the exit state. Now we probably need context. Let's see. So that would be like a fire enemy. True. Yes, that's actually in the name. I guess I can like replace the fire pudding with it. Here they are. They seem like they are in very much pain. Just saying. Like, I'm wondering if we can rig this. Could look weird, but I don't know. Right now I'm like straight up improvising. Oh, actually we need to make like an entire scene for this. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be involved in that. Indulge here. I was thinking about states. Okay, so make a frame-based animation? Maybe. For heats and death, you will use shaders. Alright. It's nice because since you have a great knowledge of shader, you will teach me a lot about this by applying those. I have a cool shader that slices textures. Nice. We're gonna see. Like, you are like art director guy. That's your card. So here we'll be using enemies. Not enemies 2D state. Actually, maybe I can just say that could work. But the thing is, I have a public. Abstract state, which is like state. Does that work? Yes, it does. Maybe because I'm a little bit like overwhelmed, so maybe what I need to do is just create a new canvas and write my state. So that would be like enemy 2D state. Okay. So we kind of need a idle state, not really idle, but null state. Like nothing happens. So from here we can spawn. We can spawn it. And like fighting, kind of. Like this, and then it goes back from fighting to null. So this is what it looked like. It can be equal to nothing. We can spawn one, then it is fighting, and at some point it decides I'm dead. So I go to null. I'm anticipating that there are probably gonna be some animations, like death animations or whatever. Which means that we kind of want to kind of block the process, right? To say the frames can go on, but the stay machine is waiting. So the stay machine has to be waiting for some kind of signals. It can't just be waiting for inputs. And for example, an enemy, it can be fighting, but it means like it would kind of have this in between state where it's like completing whatever, but still waiting. Oh. Because like it would be equivalent to like having a dying state right here. So this would be like dying and then no. You do it like if there instantiate particular enemy death scene that contains only animation on ready, then it frees itself. Because, I mean, I think I'm kind of mixing two things together. Because there's gonna be like the enemy states, but then we're gonna have the combat state. And in there, like for example, card resolution, this here could like wait for some signals to go to another state. It actually makes sense. Kind of. Okay, focusing to enemy. Focusing on enemy. So this set enemy function should go in the abstract state. And it takes an enemy. Okay, what else? Here, enemy, like the connection. Oh. Okay, I think I should just start making the states. It would probably be simpler. So we have null state. Okay, namespace. Enemies, enemy 2D state. Okay, and I actually wish it had all the states, but I mean the function's already ready, and that's okay. So the context I don't need to rewrite, override, and state. Good. Okay. So eventually it has the, well, it has the set enemy, and I'm gonna add a remove enemy. And I have to add this here. Okay. Okay, 5-minute break. Wow, my brain is fuming. So the question is, C# Redot can port web games? No, it can't. Cause like it's not even a Godot features yet. And by the time that Redot catches up, it's gonna be a very long time. Unless that Redot skips versions, which could happen. But yeah, even Godot can do it, so. As far as I know, this Gam Jam doesn't require web. Like, I haven't seen any rule, and in the previous iteration I didn't export on web, so yeah. Let's clean this inventory. Ready? Okay. This could be long. Yeah, let's do this one. It's gonna be faster. Did I get a new region? Yes, actually. Let's go there. It's gonna make a lot more money. Oh, it's a tough one. Ooh, nasty. Not cool. I guess we need... So here's the queue. Yeah, the thing is we need a little bit more stats here. About 25%, that's quite good already. We need to heal. Oh. Looks like the break is gonna end before we can heal. Yikes. No, I was greedy. Maybe not. I just need one. Just one. Okay, great. Back to clock. It's actually not producing better gold. Why? me very much confused. I guess I just did tons of... Oh, maybe because it's one of the titans that make it super useful. Yeah. Well, we're gonna see when the titans go down. Well, they're down already, but... So... Yeah, we want to remove enemy, which is pretty much the manual way to say we're stopping combat, we're removing the enemy, and be gone. Now I think we're gonna need like a damage function. Yes, I think it's right here. It's already in there, so that's good. But it kinda depends on the state of the enemy. Okay, so now that I think about it, state isn't at the right position. Or is it? Maybe the state has to be in the enemy within. Or maybe they both need a state. You move to Redot because you don't think Godot's environment is healthy long term, especially after the Foundation's response to that controversy. Even if Redot lags a bit behind, the base is good. Yeah, I agree that Godot's position was concerning, at the very least. Now, Redot's lagging behind, it is a bit, of course, but I think the reason why they're lagging behind is because they're investing a lot more in their own engine than they're investing in maintaining Godot itself. This could be a thing. Now, when you think about the new features from Godot 4 and 5, it's not like super important. Like, it's okay, I can manage without them. The most major feature is the one you're actually talking about, which is web port. So that would be like the only reason why I would absolutely want Godot 4.6, for example. What reason did you switch to Redot? Well, the jam here is requiring to use Redot, so that's the jam requirement here. Otherwise, these days I'm mostly using Godot 4.5, 4.6. Well, one of the Godot. Point is, well, I actually, just like many people, I was really concerned about how they handled these drama moments. This was like one questioning moment. And on top of that, I've had a few people on my community who said that they had really bad experience with the Godot community managers and mods and stuff. And even myself, like, I just tried to kind of test the water with, you know, like, I just went on the Discord and asked some genuine questions. Like, you know, I was limit testing to see where is the community standing. And the reaction of the people on that Discord and the moderators was really not what I was expecting. Like, it was way worse than I would have thought. So having a foot in the Redot community is like having a foot somewhere that these problems are not gonna rise, technically, because it's a creation based on I don't want this problem to rise in the first place. So that's why I have a foot in the Redot community. But yeah, overall I've been a little bit stepping away from Godot in general. Like this last month I didn't make a lot of Godot dev. And who knows, maybe I'm gonna switch to Unity one of these days. The only thing you expect from Redot is that C# improves significantly. There's a lot of clanking stuff like the engine user. I don't know if they care too much about C#. I know that they care about adding a few interesting features to GDScript, but I'm quite oblivious to what they're doing and where they want to go. So back to my state I'm doing, I think having the set enemy and remove enemy is gonna be fine. And then I would have like a finer state machine within the enemy itself. Why did you remove that? Like it didn't seem bad. And if I saw what I saw, I do agree. Oh. So we have the null state and the spawn state. I don't know if that's necessary. Well, that would be like the dying, the equivalent of dying. But those two could eventually be like not necessary. And we could just need two states. It's funny that no matter the controversy Unity causes, developers always come back to it. The engine's amazing. Well, I don't know Unity that much, so I can't say whether it's good or bad. But you would expect it to be good, because it has a lot of fundings, for sure. Now, so far with Godot, the only big problem I have is animating control nodes. Like, animating control nodes can be complicated. Very complicated. Sometimes. And specifically when you use containers, and you have a lot of containers containing containers. The fact that you can't control those sizes, and that there are a lot of problems. So I can't tell if Unity is going to be better on this end of the whatever it's doing, but I don't know if it's just Godot that does it in a bad way, or if it's just me who's lacking knowledge, right? I can't tell what's the problem here. You use Redot because Unity 6 is too demanding? Yeah. So you prefer something like that. Most engine skills are similar. Yeah, when I switched from one to the other, it felt like it was really similar. Definitely. Now you can easily translate. Okay, so we have a fighting state. So here, set enemy, do nothing. Actually, let's start with no state. We might want to have a constructor. So abstract state, and here we need some context. So maybe every state should implement this. Wait a second. I'm not sure how I do that. I'm a little bit confused right here. No. What did they say? There's no argument given enemy 2D. Is that so? Well, I thought it was. Or maybe I have to say context like this? Nah. Okay, I think that's it. As in some cases, get parent, get the tree in instantiation cases, and maybe just skill issue. Hey, are you talking about animation? No, mainly if I had to explain the problem I had. Like, it was that when you have containers and let's say that, for example, you have a B list, like, let's simple, you have a vertical box and you want one of these items to disappear, so when it disappears you want it to shrink on itself like this and it's gone, okay? But when you do so, like, you can't change its size because it's controlled by a few things, like you have the size of the item, you have the custom minimum size, but the best thing to use is the scale. So when you use the scale, it will indeed shrink vertically very well, but the actual space taken by the object is independent from the scale. So the scale reduces, but all the other items are not gonna move because even though you have like the shrinking, it still takes the full space. And then when it's gone, it Q frees, they all bump like in a frame instead of gliding. That's like, to me, like, it's complicated, like a few problems to deal with. select a specific node for something, they need to communicate. Due to the engine's component architecture, sometimes it gets strange. Maybe it's your Unity they're talking. Oh, you're saying that sometimes get parent get the entire tree? I don't know. I never use get parent. Like, it's kind of a rule of mine. I kind of identify using get parent as like running head down into problems. It's like it's a very narrow-minded view, but. Okay, so we have basic change state method. Now on ready, what do we do with that? I think this half modified thing has to change. Like, this can't be. And I need to do that with fighting state instead. Is there anything you'd like to see implemented in Rex Engine? Something in the engine itself or the new language they're building? Actually, I have no idea. I never thought about Rex Engine at all. So I just know it exists, but I don't really care much about it, to be fair. Because if anything, I'd rather... if I had to list the things I would do with Game Engine so far, I would consider learning either Unreal, UDD, or doing more Go-to projects. But if I would work on something else, I'd rather focus on learning C++ myself and trying to create low-level games stuff rather than using engines. I think they're focusing more on 3D. It is a possibility. I have no idea. That would be nice. Like, I mean, having an engine focused for 3D or the opposite, like an engine focused for 2D, could be nice, I think. Because all engines are going, I do everything. They are, of course, specializing, but like, I don't think we have an engine. I mean, of course there's, but I don't know which one of the three is best, for example, to make an interface-based game. Right. I think it's Godot, to be fair. So when we enter state here, when we're in null state, we're gonna bring the code from the enemy to the set enemy. Like this. So here, context enemy, which is private set, of course. So the context enemy is here. And the sprite, which is of course private as well. You enjoy low-level development? You spent 2 or 3 semesters in college coding in C. Nowadays you prefer C#, and if needed you can do low-level C#. Or C. That's very rare since there isn't much need. Well, there is need, like if you work for example for a project which needs your engine to be edited. So if you use Unity or Unreal, having low-level isn't really useful. But when you're working with Godot, which is not so common in professional moves, having C++ could be nice, so that you can directly add to the engine what you're needing. Okay, so we set the enemy when it is null state. And blah blah blah, private, we got it. Now, when we're fighting, like when we set the enemy, we probably want to change the state to fighting. So here, to a new fighting state actually. You don't really like the C++ syntax? Yeah, I can get that. I don't know much, but it seems heavy. And you find C# very cozy. So nowadays you're trying to do everything in C#. Well, that's what they're built for, I guess. Like, C# is a language which is here to help you do stuff. C++, I mean, from someone who doesn't know how to use it, it seems like it's good if you want to make tools, but if you want to make products, C# is gonna be better, probably. Kind of like when you're making a game, just use the damn engine, right? And don't bother about making Windows or exporting your game to Linux and Android and stuff. But at the same time, I don't mean never learn how to do that. Like if it is fun, sure do. Like I'm the first one to go learn this kind of stuff even though you don't need it. But when it comes to become productive, yeah, definitely go towards C# or whatever. So we're gonna use context enemy. Oh, I need to change everything. That's so annoying. I mean, I don't have to, but I prefer. I don't need this guy now. Can be gone. I'd rather have my code clean. You even took a break. Probably from your game. You started developing a Game Boy emulator project using OpenTK and C#, just to dive deeper in the language. Yeah, like when you have fun and you want to learn how the things work, definitely, sure, go for it. Like not going for it would be sad when you have the motivation to do so. So it is enemy. You found the art style you're gonna be using. Ooh. Like Sharky? Is it the border which is chalky? Or everything? No, it's just the border, right? Oh, I'm supposed to be on a break. It's a filter, like, effects. Okay. I thought you just had, like, yeah, a filter on the border of your drawing. Alright. Oh, Fruit of Adventure. Nom 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 nom. Okay, so we had some Titans down. There's good development. You need to go now. You know, Dave, that I made videos going deeper into Godot. I'm going to subscribe. Actually, all my Godot videos are very old. I mean, very old. Let's not exaggerate, but I have a few new tricks under my sleeve, which I would really much like to share. But I never found the motivation to make videos on it. Like, making videos is kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, sure, have a good day. Good night, good day, based on where you are. And yeah, nice to meet you. Hope you're gonna like it. The content you find. I really have to make a video on how to use resources for data-driven development. Well, I'm using it right now, but I think I need to go a little bit more on stacking those stats. I'll maybe get some magic on. 1 trillion. I don't think we make 1 trillion. Yeah, we definitely don't make 1 trillion. This better. Okay, well, soon out of the break. Now we're almost done with some of the gear here. Okay, shoe. Oh, this one too. Nice, nice. Okay, so 10 seconds. I'm just gonna go back to it. Swoop. Let's go. Okay, so here we connect those because we still have one. Yeah, last hour. Last half hour. So here we are technically able to remove the enemy. So maybe we want like the visibility to happen. Like when we enter this, you could say maybe that context, that visible equal true. And here context that visible equal false. There's a lot to test here. I'm gonna download the new enemy. Yep, fire dude. So we're gonna change this. Okay. I need to bring 5 enemies. Okay, so this is like the central one. Okay, so one on the left. Transform. Another one. Actually, let's remove it and duplicate this guy. There we go. I'm gonna delete those two. And here, I'm gonna add. Let's go. Alright, so we have the 5 enemies. So eventually, instead of having the 4 vectors, we're gonna have the 4 enemies. Oh, come on! Let's make it get set, I don't care. Okay, so we have 4 enemies. It's gonna be a big line, but whatever. Okay, so process combat blueprint. We're not gonna do it like this. So this is gone. And we're gonna go with something different, like enemy 2d0 dot set enemy and combat blueprint enemy 0. Yeah, that's it. I think yes. So maybe set enemy here. We can change it to take the enemy enum instead. All right. So enemy enum. Okay. Enemies enum. And same here. Oh, that was great. Now fix this. Oh no, I need the database now. Ugh. I'm gonna keep it like this, and you're gonna be the guy. So, okay. So the enemy is database. Yes, exactly. So get the blueprint. And what was it? Enemy 0. Set enemy, and we create a new, and we send the enemy blueprint in it. Okay, good. Wait, oh, good. So now we just need to fix the numbers. Yeah, it's a little bit ugly. Alright, I think we're good. We need to bind this in the editor. Right, perfect. Oh, I think I should probably remove all the enemies. Yeah, there are actually a lot of things to do. Wait a second. Null state, enter state. Here, context, visible, false. Not when we exit. I think I messed up. But that's okay. That's okay. This is far more than salvageable. So by default, an enemy 2D, when it is created, like right here, on ready, they're gonna have like states equal new null state. Send this as a context. And then we go state dot enter state. Change, we set the enemy. This is useless now. And the combat test. Okay, we're gonna see. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure it's gonna work. Yeah, well, here we're missing bindings. And right here, that looks good. So, no, actually that's correct. Now, let's try a different combat blueprint, like... Yeah, that's good. That's great. Perfect. Perfect. Except for one thing. Oh. I'm gonna need a combat resource to keep track of all the enemies within it. Yup. So that's gonna be for the next time, because honestly right now I'm fried. I'm so cooked. So there's like 10 minutes left, but I'm so gonna skip it. Well, you guys, hope you had fun. I did, at least. It was fun. We have an awesome burning dude. And they have some health points. The point is, I'll see you guys for the next stream, for the next development. I really hope this game's gonna turn out good. I have very high hopes for this game. And yeah, good evening, good day, and I'll see you later when I'm up to coding again. And usually busy on Sunday, but yeah.